eternal home. Lord, today keep our lawmakers from being so busy and weary that they have no time to listen to your voice. Keep them from permitting the voice of their desires to make them deaf to your word. Lord, keep us all from sometimes forgetting that your commands are meant for us and your promises are true. We pray in your marvelous name. Amen.
Thank you. Will you please join me in the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, next time I don't show up for the ice cream, just deliver it to the office.
You got it, I will.
I'm not going to give them 1 minute speech.
Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. Morning business is closed. Under the previous order, the Senate will resume consideration of H.R. 1, which the clerk will report.
Calendar number 107, H.R. 1, an act to provide for reconciliation pursuant to Title II of H. Conres 14.
Mr. President.
I recognize the Democrat leader.
Mr. President, today, Senate Republicans have to decide: choose the American people or bow down to Donald Trump and his coterie of billionaires. Because this bill, as we have said for months, steals people's health care, jacks up their electricity bill, takes away their jobs, all to pay for tax breaks for billionaires. All month. Can we have order, Mr. President? All month, Senate Democrats have put this bill on trial in the court of public opinion. We've exposed how it steals Medicaid from more than 16 million Americans. We've exposed how it takes away food benefits from millions of hungry kids. We've exposed how this bill increases the debt by $3.5 trillion to bankroll billionaire tax breaks. We've shown how this bill increases the debt $1 trillion more than the House bill. We've shown how this bill cuts Medicaid even more than the House bill. We've shown how this bill kills climate jobs even more than the House bill. With every rewrite, Senate Republicans have made their bill more extreme, pro-billionaire, and more hostile to people's health care and livelihood. Why do they do that? There's a small group on that side of the aisle, MAGA hard right-wingers, who are dictating what's happened, and all the rest of the senators on the Republican side who know it's wrong go along. A small group. They don't represent more than 10% of the American people, but they're dictating what this body does, A, because of the rules we have, a simple majority, but B, because our colleagues on the Republican side lack the courage of their convictions to do the right thing for the American people. It's outrageous. Cutting people's health care, causing people to get sicker and to even die. Cutting people's health care so that it's certain almost that more people will die. Just to give tax breaks to billionaires. It is so destructive for Republicans to pass a bill like this at a time when people pay more for groceries, when people pay more for rent, pay more for child care, pay more for medication. It makes no sense to reward the billionaire class and special interests at the expense of everyone else. Look, there's nothing wrong with being wealthy, but they don't need another tax break. And they certainly shouldn't get a tax break by taking food from the mouths of hungry children. How outrageous, how cruel, how mean, how heartless, how uncaring. All to help the billionaires who they're enthralled to. And no surprise, make no surprise about it, many Republicans themselves don't seem all happy about the bill in front of them. We heard what our colleague from North Carolina had to say about this bill. My guess is about half, maybe even more than half of the Republicans in the Senate totally agree with him. But he had the courage to speak the truth, the backbone to speak the truth. But not our other colleagues. Senator Tillis spoke candidly. He was one of the few truth tellers on the other side. The bill devastates his state, but make no mistake about it, it'll devastate the states of most every Republican here. And year and month, week after week, month after month, year after year, when this bill passes, the destructive detritus will be all over their states. People losing jobs, people's costs going up, people not getting health care, hungry kids not getting food. It's a piece of legislation that Tillis can't sell back home, and you won't be able to either, my Republican colleagues. How can any senator go home and tell their constituents, I'm sorry, I took away your health care because I wanted to give tax breaks to billionaires? And yet, Republicans are dead set on walking off a cliff by passing a bill they know will be ruinous to their own constituents. That's why Senate Democrats forced this chamber to read the bill cover to cover. That's why we debated all day yesterday. And now, it's the Republicans' turn to vote. Later this morning, very soon we will begin the vote-a-rama process. Senate Democrats will bring one amendment after the other, again and again and again, to put Republicans on the record. We'll begin this morning with a motion to appeal the ruling of the chair to try and reverse Senate Republicans' brazen attempts to deceive the American people about the true cost of the bill. Republicans are doing something that has never been done before in the Senate by deploying fake math and budgetary hocus pocus to make it seem like their billionaire giveaways don't cost anything. That's obviously outrageous, and it's absurd that the budget chair is taking the Senate down this fact-free road. He is helping erode, even destroy the Senate. Every senator will soon have an opportunity to reject this.
Remind the senator of Rule 19.
Every senator will soon have an opportunity to reject this nonsense and vote for common sense budgeting. Americans will be watching. And later this morning, I will offer a very simple amendment to send this bill back to the Finance Committee so that we can get rid of any provision that raises health care costs for families and small businesses to pay for tax cuts for billionaires. And my colleagues will offer many other amendments here, too. And we will see once and for all if Republicans really meant all those nice things they've been saying about strengthening Medicare, about protecting middle-class families, or if they were just lying. The American people will find out in a few hours. Republicans have said they don't want to cut Medicaid. Today, we'll give you the chance. Republicans say they want to prioritize the middle class. Today, we'll give you the chance. Our amendments will give Republicans so many chances to defend Medicaid and SNAP and good-paying jobs and clean energy that if they say no, they'll regret it long after this debate is done. Finally, to my Republican colleagues, let me offer a warning in good faith. You all know that Donald Trump makes things up. He has no regard for the truth. When he talks about this bill, he's lying. When Donald Trump says this bill won't cut Medicaid, he's lying. When he says this bill will grow the economy, he's lying. When he says this is the best thing Congress could pass for our country, he's lying. So what are my colleagues on the Republican side going to do? Listen to someone who just makes things up? Listen to someone who peddles lies and fantasies? Follow Donald Trump off a political cliff by passing a bill that will be disastrous for the people back home? Or will my colleagues stand up for the American people? Stand up to protect health care, good-paying jobs, middle-class families? The American people will not forget what Republicans do in this chamber today. Yield the floor.
To my colleagues, it's going to be a long day, and I just want to remind everybody the rules of the Senate, Rule 19, no senator to debate shall directly or indirectly by any form of words impute to another senator or other senators any conduct or motive unworthy or unbecoming of a senator.
President.
I recognize the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we're going to vote here real soon on a bill that's been worked on for many, many months. And I want to start by thanking the staff on the committees, the relevant committees, the floor staff, everybody that's been around that has to put in the hours and get us to where we are today. They are extraordinary people who are very dedicated to their jobs and to public service, and we're grateful for that. And I will say, too, because we went through the reading of the bill, which the Democrat leader just pointed out was important for people to hear, through the middle of the night, and, I don't think there was a big American audience for that. I think a lot of people were at their jobs, working their shifts. People like nurses and firefighters who are going to benefit under this bill. To think that they were sitting there in their jobs watching the bill be read on the floor for endless hours in the middle of the night, I'm not sure what that achieved, but I'll tell you what the senator said, the Democrat leader, back in 2021, when a Republican senator required that to be done. He said this, and I quote, "It will accomplish little more than a few sore throats for the Senate clerks who work very hard day in, day out to help the Senate function, end quote. And those clerks are here today, and one of the reasons that we tried to give them a break last night is because they had to stay here the night before to read through the bill. In the dead of the night, nobody watching, but they did it. So hopefully they got a little bit of rest last night so we can start this off. Mr. President, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act was one of the most successful economic policy pieces of legislation in history, and the data bears it out. You look at what happened after the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act passed, unemployment hit a 50-year low, poverty levels at record level lows, and incomes grew. Incomes and wages increased, most among lower-income Americans. We started to narrow the wage gap as a result of the passage of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. So what is this about? This is about extending that tax relief so the same people that benefited from it back in 2017 and for the last 8 years don't end up having a colossal, massive tax increase hitting them in the face come January 1. Now, who are those people, Mr. President? It's people, it's families making less than $400,000 a year on whom the bulk of this would fall. $2.6 trillion of this tax hike that they're supporting would hit families making less than $400,000 a year. It would hit small businesses to the tune of $600 billion in tax increases. These are pass-through businesses, the businesses who are out there creating the jobs every day. If we don't do this, they're going to face a $600 billion tax increase. That's what we're talking about. And if you want to put it in plain terms, if you're one of those families making less than $400,000 a year, the child tax credit would be cut in half. The standard deduction would be cut in half. And you wouldn't get the benefit that many taxpayers are going to get under the legislation that we're going to be debating today, which would allow tips to go untaxed, allow overtime to go untaxed. So those nurses and those firefighters that are working the long shifts, not watching the bill be read here on the Senate floor, actually get something out of this that makes their families more able to cope with the challenges that they face every day. So the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act was a massive, by any stretch of the imagination, success. And probably no better evidence of that than the fact that the Congressional Budget Office, which has been quoted a lot here in the last few hours, actually underestimated the amount of revenue that would come into the federal government by $1.5 trillion. Estimated the amount of growth, underestimated, the amount of growth in the economy by 5.4%. Dramatically underestimated what it would generate in terms of revenue and what it would generate in terms of growth. So let's just say what this is. And by the way, billionaires next year will pay the same tax rate they're paying this year. The people who are going to get hit with a tax increase if we don't do something are those families making less than $400,000 a year, who are going to see their child tax credit cut in half, their standard deduction cut in half, their rates go back up to what they were in 2017. And in my state of South Dakota, the average family is going to pay $2,500 more if we don't do something to extend the tax relief that was passed in 2017. Now, the other thing that Democrat leader got up and talked about is, they're going to be cutting Medicaid. Mr. President, there are a lot of government programs that haven't been looked at in a long time. We all acknowledge that 75% now of federal spending is what we call mandatory spending, entitlement programs, things that Congress doesn't annually appropriate for. And it continues to grow at an uncontrollable rate. In fact, the growth in the rate of Medicaid spending in the last 5 years has been 50%. That's not sustainable. We know that's not sustainable. And in the time I've been here, we have never, ever done anything to reform and improve and strengthen these programs that are growing at an unsustainable rate that will wreck our economy and wreck our country if we don't start making some changes. And so, yes, there are some improvements and reforms to Medicaid to make it more efficient, to make sure that the people who are supposed to benefit from Medicaid do, and that it doesn't go to people who shouldn't benefit from Medicaid. Now, most of the increase in spending in Medicaid has been in what we call the expansion population. And that's the number of people out there for whom states get a 90% reimbursement from the federal government. And so that has grown dramatically. And what does that represent? It's a lot of able-bodied adults, people who should be working, people who are perhaps, don't need to be getting the assistance that's designed for people who are disabled and low-income elderly and pregnant moms. That's what Medicaid was about. And states have, with the federal government, a partnership shared for the years at a traditional rate. The expansion population is 90% paid for by the federal taxpayers. And so what do states do? They game the system to get more federal money. They add more people to the rolls. And so you have people on the rolls today who are here illegally, you have people on the rolls here today who are not eligible for this program, and you have people here today for whom there is, in that program, for whom there's no work requirement. And so what this does, it makes some reforms, one of which includes work requirements. I don't think that's a novel concept. It certainly isn't a concept that I think most Americans would disagree with. In fact, it was a Democrat president. Back in the 1990s, there was something called welfare reform. Bill Clinton, a Democrat president, proposed work requirements for welfare recipients. And you want to know something? The work requirements in the Welfare Reform Act passed back in 1996 and signed into law by Democrat President Bill Clinton had stronger work requirements that are included in this bill. Stronger work requirements in a bill passed, signed into law by a Democrat president than what's in this bill. And proposed, I might add, by a Democrat president. So that's one of the reforms that we're making. And these are reforms, Mr. President, are going to make this program stronger, more effective, more efficient, improve it in a way that it gets the assistance to the people for whom it was intended and not to people who are gaming the system. And yes, we address the issue of provider taxes, which has been abused. No question about it. It's another way to leverage federal money, get more federal money into the state coffers, and the states have used it for things not just to cover people, but also for other reasons. And you like states like New York and California who've gamed the system. So the whole issue of what we're doing with the Medicaid program is to get rid of the waste, fraud, and abuse, make it work in the way in which it was intended to cover the people for whom it was intended, and to make sure that we have work requirements included there. To the current policy baseline. Everybody got up last night and they were clamoring and yelling very animated speeches about how the Republicans they're using a current policy baseline. How could they ever do that? Well, you know what? Back in 2012, President Obama, and one of the people who was working for him at the time, named Jeff Zients, used the current policy baseline to make permanent the Bush tax cuts. And what he described it, Jeff Zients described it at the time, he called it the alternative fiscal scenario. That's how they explained to the American people. And then he translated it and said what it is, it's a current policy baseline. So the Democrats have used this before. In fact, they you could argue, pioneered it. But current policy baseline is something that's been used by both sides. So it's a little, spare me the hypocrisy and the noise about current policy baseline. Alternative fiscal scenario, he called it, and then he went on to explain current policy baseline. Finally, with regard to the issue of the deficits, it is rich to hear Democrats all of a sudden concerned about debt and deficits. Really? I mean, I've been here a long time, and I've not been involved in a single spending debate and fight in which Republicans were trying to spend less and Democrats were trying to spend more, with one exception. And that's national security. Democrats are always willing to cut defense, but never want to cut anywhere else. That's my experience. And I think it was borne out a couple of years ago when Democrats had then what we have now, which is unified control of the government. They had House, Senate, and White House, and so they had an opportunity to use reconciliation, which they did twice. One of the bills cost $2 trillion. The other bill cost $1 trillion. And it was all spending. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is a fundamental difference between us here. And I understand that. We have different views about the role of government. Democrats like government, and one of the things we know about government is when you send money to Washington, money is power. And when you send money to Washington from the American taxpayers, that means Washington has more power. It has more control. And Republicans fundamentally have believed that it's better if you allow the American people to keep their own money, that you distribute power out of Washington, D.C., back to state and local governments who are closer to the people and can make better decisions that are more informed by what's actually happened in their individual states. And so when we use reconciliation to keep taxes low, and by the way, that's all we are doing here is extending current tax policy. We are preventing over a $4 trillion tax increase on the American people. And when you vote against this, that's what you'd be voting for. Now, a good example of this spending issue was the 2011 Budget Control Act, in which, authored by a number of people, including Senator McConnell, they created a super committee, equally represented on both sides of the aisle. And they met for a long time to try and come up with some ways that we could come up with ways to reform entitlement programs. And, of course, what happened? They deadlocked, because every Democrat voted against it, every Republican voted for it, and it even included some revenue increases, which is something Democrats are always for. So getting up and talking about deficits all of a sudden, honestly, is kind of mind-blowing coming from this side of the aisle. What we are doing here is extending existing tax policy, using a current policy baseline which was used by the Democrats, President Obama, Jeff Zients, no less than a little more than 10 years ago. So, Mr. President, it's time to vote, and Democrats will get a chance. They'll offer all their amendments, and they'll attack this thing as cutting taxes for billionaires. What we are doing here is extending tax relief for the American people, keeping their rates low, making sure they don't have their child tax credit cut in half, their standard deduction cut in half, including new provisions that provide more relief for working Americans, which is what President Trump campaigned on. No tax on tips, no tax on overtime, lower taxes for seniors, for Social Security recipients. These are all targeted at working Americans, working families. That is, first and foremost, about what this is about. This, Mr. President, will make this country safer, stronger, and more prosperous. It addresses military modernization. It addresses securing our border. It addresses restoring energy dominance. It extends tax relief for the American people so they can avoid a $4 trillion tax increase at the end of the year. And yes, it includes some savings associated with reforms that are made in a way that targets assistance from federal programs to where it was intended to go. And yes, we have work requirements that were initiated by Bill Clinton and the Clinton administration during welfare reform back in the 1990s. Only, I would say again, they're not as strong. The work requirements included in that legislation back in the 1990s, what we have in this bill, the work requirements here, are not as strong. Mr. President, let's vote. This is good for America. This is good for the American people. It's good for working families. And it's been a long debate. I know people are weary. But at the end of the day, we want to get this done so that this country is safer and stronger and more prosperous, not only for today, but for future generations of Americans. That there be 2 minutes equally divided prior to all roll call votes in relation to calendar number 107, H.R. 1.
Without objection.
Well, they have to make. Okay, so
I recognize the Democrat leader.
well, we're about to vote on something that we have never seen before in the Senate. And rather than be honest with the American people about the true costs of these billionaire giveaways, and by the way, I didn't hear Donald Trump campaigning on tax breaks for billionaires, which is the main thrust of this bill. He wouldn't tell them about that. But Republicans are doing something the Senate has never done before. deploying fake math, accounting gimmicks to hide the true cost of the bill. Look, Republicans can use whatever budgetary gimmicks they want to try and make the math work on paper, but you can't paper over the real-life economic consequences of adding tens of trillions to the debt, and that's what this does. Make no mistake about it, and it's the way we've always calculated things. So, to vote yes on this, make no mistake about it, my colleagues, will in a dramatic way further erode the Senate. I urge a no vote.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from South Carolina.
As to being weary, I feel great. I've never felt better. I've been wanting to do this for like a long time, and our ship's about in. So I'm very happy, Budget Chairman. As to what we're talking about right now, we're not overruling the parliamentarian because she said it was up to the Budget Chairman to set the baseline. The chair made a decision that was right. The budget resolution gives me the authority that we all passed to do this. In 2008, Senator Conrad changed the baseline to accommodate the Farm Bill, and the Republican former chairman, Judge Gregg, said the chairman of the Budget Committee declared the new baseline under a new budget. The budget chairman has a right to do that. That's what I'm doing. In 2022, Senator Sanders directed CBO to write a new scoring rule, changing the baseline to get Head Start money into the budget. So this has been done. In 2012, in a bipartisan fashion, as the Bush tax cuts were about to expire, they extended them using current policy. Back home, what I'm trying to do, and I'm very happy about it, is make sure the tax cuts don't expire 10 years from now. I want you to be able to go to bed tonight and wake up tomorrow knowing the tax cuts you have today are permanent, unless one day my Democratic colleagues change it through resolution, through reconciliation. So if you're for open borders, this bill is your worst nightmare because we control the border. If you want higher taxes, which apparently they do, this bill is your nightmare because we're going to keep tax cuts low. If you want to have a weak military, this is a bad bill for you because we give the military $150 billion. If you think Washington should control spending, this is a good bill for you. If you think the government is running just perfectly and nothing can be changed, this is your nightmare. So for those big liberal folks who I like personally, this bill is a nightmare for you. This bill is good for the American people who work hard. People got to work when they can. That's a good thing. If you want taxes low, we deliver. If you want to secure the border like President Trump has done, we make it that way forever by having $175 billion spent to get it controlled forever, not just right now. This is a good bill. We're doing nothing that we haven't done before. Vote yes to uphold the ruling of the chair. We're starting a process that is long overdue in this town, controlling spending, keeping taxes down, making the military strong, and finally looking at a way to get efficiency in government. Vote yes.
The question is, shall the decision of the chair stand as the judgment of the Senate? The yeas and nays were previously ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks. Thank you. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Thank you. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt-Rochester. Mr. Booker. I got you. Mr. Bozeman. Thank you. Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono. Did you hear that? Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Budd, Cornyn, Cotton, Crapo, Cruz, Ernst, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Kennedy, Lankford, Lummis, Marshall, McCormick, Moody, Marino, Mullen, Paul, Risch, Schmidt, Sheehy, Thune, and Tuberville. Senators voting in the negative: also Brooks, Bennett, Blunt-Rochester, Cantwell, Cortez Masto, Hassan, Heinrich, Kane, King, Markey, Merkley, Ossoff, Padilla, Rosen, Schumer, and Smith. Mr. Justice. Aye. Mr. Kramer. Aye. Mr. Lujan. No. Mr. Whitehouse. No. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Durbin, no. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Peters, no. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. He said, Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Gallego, no. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Rono, no. Mr. Lee, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Banks, aye. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Murphy, no. Mrs. Britt, aye. Thank you. Bye. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Schiff, no. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mr. Kelly, no. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Young, aye. Just Mr. Coons, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 53, the nays are 47. The decision of the chair stands as the judgment of the Senate.
Mr. President.
Majority Leader is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that it be in order for the following senators to be recognized to offer amendments, motions, or points of order, that the amendments be reported by number with no amendments in order prior to a vote in relation to the amendments or motions. Schumer motion, number 1, motion to commit on health care costs, Markey motion, and then Klobuchar motion. Point of order.
Okay. Without objection.
Mr. President, I make a point of order under Section 313B1B of the Congressional Budget Act against Title VII of Substitute Amendment Number 2360.
Under the Congressional Budget Act and the precedents of the Senate, the chair must rely on determinations made by the Budget Committee in assessing the budgetary effects of the amendment. Section 312 of the Budget Act states, for purposes of this title and Title IV, the levels of new budget authority, outlays, direct spending, new entitlement authority, and revenues for a fiscal year shall be determined on the basis of estimates made by the committee on the budget of the House of Representatives or the Senate as applicable. Unless the Budget Committee, speaking to its chairman, asserts that the amendment causes a violation of the Budget Act, the chair will not so hold. Therefore, Mr. Leader, the point of order is not well taken.
President.
Senator from Oregon is recognized.
I appeal the ruling of the chair, and I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. There appears to be.
There are now 2 minutes of debate, equally divided.
There are now 2 minutes of debate, equally divided. Senator from Oregon.
I ask the CBO letter of June 29 to the ranking member of the Budget Committee be submitted for the record.
Without objection.
And in this letter, it notes that the baseline was prepared, the alternative baseline, based on a request made by the chairman of the Senate Committee on the Budget. But the letter goes on to say this. The CBO estimates that enacting this title would increase the deficit by nearly $3.5 trillion over the 2025-34 period. Clearly, that amount, done by honest numbers from CBO, exceeds the budget resolution level, and therefore we should not affirm the ruling of the chair. It is said in this ruling, I just heard, that precedent provides a foundation for this. But in fact, the ability of the chair to create a phony baseline has never been used in reconciliation. Not ever. And in fact, the example cited over Head Start, that never appeared in any budget reconciliation. And, in fact, that conversation about Jeffrey Zients that we heard from the Majority Leader, that, too, was absolutely wrong. Current law was used for estimating the cost of that bill. This
time has expired.
51-year tradition of the Senate.
The senator's time has expired.
Mr. President.
The leader is recognized. I'm sorry.
Senator from Idaho is recognized. Sorry. Mr. President, we're just rehashing the same old arguments, but I want to make something really clear. This Congress, in the budget resolution for this reconciliation, adopted the current policy baseline. CBO scored that current policy baseline. It said that our bill generates a $506 billion deficit reduction. The ranking member for the Budget Committee asked them to give it a new score based on a different baseline, the current law baseline, which says that we have to say that if we don't raise people's taxes, that we're causing a deficit. They said they would. They always do. They give the scores that different members of Congress ask them to give, and they gave that score and said, well, if you raise taxes by $4 trillion, then you will have a $4 trillion increase in tax revenue. That's what the whole debate is about, folks. You can complain and use different words and deficits and all that stuff. There is a CBO score on the baseline adopted by this Congress on this resolution that sets the score at $506 or $507 billion of deficit reduction.
Where is it? He has it up here. Up here. Just this top. This whole thing.
Okay. The question is, shall the decision of the chair stand as the judgment of the Senate? The yeas and nays were previously ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsop Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mrs. Blumenthal, Mr. Blumenthal,
Blackburn on your left. I'm hoping.
Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Mastel, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty. Thank you, sir. Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, I got you, Senator. Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Houston, Mrs. Hyde Smith,
We need to get through that. Yeah.
Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly,
I need Graham to say it. I don't need it on the paper.
Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Britt, Budd, Cassidy, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Hoven, Husted, Justice, Kennedy, Langford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Mullen, Paul, Rounds, Scott of Florida, Sheehy, Thune, Tuberville, Wicker, Young. Mr. Cotton, aye. Senators voting in the negative: also Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Kim, King, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Schumer, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, and Wyden. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mrs. Capito, aye. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Miss Rosen, no. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Ms. Murkowski. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, aye.
I don't see how we can. Yeah, I don't see how we cannot. Yeah. On this vote, the yeas are 53, the nays are 47. The decision of the chair stands as the judgment of the Senate.
Mr. President.
The senator from Idaho is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent that Senator Risch and I be permitted to speak for up to 1 minute each regarding the recent tragedy in our state.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Senate has
order.
The Senate has important work to accomplish today to prevent a more than $4 trillion tax hike on American workers and families, and we will accomplish that goal. However, while business continues here, life for the North Idaho community of Coeur d'Alene remains at a very painful standstill as we mourn the horrific loss of 2 firefighters. Yesterday afternoon, firefighters from Coeur d'Alene and Kootenai County were responding to a fire on Canfield Mountain. Upon arrival, they were ambushed by gunfire. 2 brave firefighters were murdered. Another has already undergone surgery for gunshot wounds. As we continue our work today, I ask my colleagues to join me in sending your prayers for that firefighter's full recovery, for the deceased victims, for their families, and for the entire North Idaho community grieving this heinous act. Senator Risch.
Thank you. Mr. President, fellow senators, while the Senate continues our important work to provide the American people with the largest tax cut in history today, we would be remiss if we did not pause for a moment and call attention to the tragic events that happened in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho yesterday. While responding to a fire, as my colleague indicated, two of North Idaho's brave firefighters were ambushed and murdered, and one is in serious to critical condition. This evil attack on the people who dedicate their lives to protecting and serving our communities is despicable, and it's not Idaho. I ask my Senate colleagues to join me, Senator Crapo, and all Idahoans in praying for the victims, their loved ones, and all who have been affected by this reprehensible act. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Washington is recognized.
I stand with my Idaho colleagues. This is a very tight-knit community between Washington and Idaho. Many Washington police and responders participated in yesterday's activities. Our hearts go out to the people of Idaho, and yes, we want a moment of silence to remember these firefighters.
Thank you, and thank you to Washington for your help. You did send a number of first responders there, which were very helpful. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Mr. President.
Senator from Washington is
Mr.
recognized.
President, I too just want to stand and join with our colleagues from Idaho with our deep sorrow for everyone in those impacted communities. It is close to the border of Washington. Many of our responders joined with all of you, and our hearts and thoughts and prayers go to everyone impacted. That community will be devastated for a long time to come.
Thank you. And as we close, I would just like to thank my colleagues from Washington, as well as all of you. Many of you have come up and expressed your sentiments today. And I would say even the federal workers were there, the FBI and others. There was a huge influx of support from those who put their lives on the line every day, and some lost their lives yesterday. And so because of that, I just ask that you join us for just a moment of silence and prayer. President.
Thank you.
Mr. President.
Senator from New York is recognized.
I have a motion to commit at the desk.
Clerk will report.
The senator from New York, Mr. Schumer, moves to commit the bill H.R. 1 to the Committee on Finance, the Senate, with instructions to report the same back to the Senate in 3 days, not counting any day which the Senate is not in session.
I ask that further reading of the motion be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Mr. President, can we have order, please? This amendment, the first we will offer, is simple. It undoes the travesty that is at the core of the Republican bill. Their bill, the so-called Big Beautiful Bill, which is really a big, ugly betrayal, cuts taxes for billionaires by taking away health care from millions of people. So my amendment simply says, if people's health care costs go up, the billionaire tax cuts vanish. Republicans, you can tell in their speeches already, are on the defensive. They know how bad this bill is for the American people. They know that Donald Trump is lying when he says it won't cut health care. I salute my colleague from North Carolina. We all heard what our colleague from North Carolina had to say yesterday about this bill. My guess is about half, maybe even more than half, of the Republicans in the Senate agree with him. But he had the courage to speak the truth. He said it himself. The bill devastates his state, but make no mistake about it, it will devastate the states of almost every Republican here. It is outrageous, outrageous to take food out of the mouths of hungry children, to take health care away from people who need it to survive.
Senator's time has expired.
Just for tax cuts for billionaires. and the American people know it. To my colleagues in
Senator's time has expired.
To my colleagues in conclusion, I say you know what the right thing is. Say no to gutting health care. Say no to gutting jobs. Say no to this shameful
The senator's time has expired.
backward bill and vote yes on my
The chair
bill.
recognizes the senator from Idaho.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is going to be something that we hear just a lot of today, and this will just be the first shot at it. The bottom line is, billionaires are going to pay the same amount of taxes after this bill as they paid before this bill. They're going to pay the same amount. This notion about billionaires getting a tax cut at the expense of everybody else is just the politics of class rather than the politics of fear. The rest of the argument is the politics of fear. The reality is the reforms we are putting into place are to try to rein in control of wasteful and fraudulent and abusive spending that actually diverts resources away from the people who these programs really deserve to receive. I urge a strong no vote against this amendment.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Thank you. Mr. Barrasso. Thank you. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Gotcha. Thank you. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin. Thanks. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lemus, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative. Also Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Duckworth, Durbin, Gallego, Hassan, Heinrich, Kane, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Merkley, Murray, Padilla, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schumer, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Senators voting in the negative. Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Capito, Cassidy, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Kennedy, Langford, Lummis, Marshall, Moody, Moran, Paul, Ricketts, Schmidt, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, and Young. Mr. Banks, no. Mr. Husted, no. Mr. Reed, aye. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Crapo, no. I'm going to have to study this. Mr. Budd, no. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Mullen, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Justice, no. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Murphy, aye. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Wicker, no. Mr. Sullivan, no. Oh. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Rounds, no. Mr. Marino, no. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. McCormick, no. Mr. Schiff, aye. Mr. Lee, no. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Barrasso, no. Mr. McConnell? No. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mr. Hoeven, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Coons, aye. Ms. Collins, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Booker and Kelly. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Kelly, aye.
On this motion, the yeas are 47, the nays are 53. The motion is not agreed to. I recognize the senator from Massachusetts.
Mr. President, I have a motion to commit at the desk.
The clerk will report.
The senator from Massachusetts, Mr. Markey, moves to commit the bill H.R. 1 to the Committee on Finance of the Senate with instructions to report the same back to the Senate in 3 days.
I further ask further reading of the motion be dispensed with.
Without objection.
I rise today to cut any part of this big, ugly bill that would force rural hospitals to limit their services or actually close their doors. I have released a list of more than 300 rural hospitals across the country at risk of closing or stopping services because of any major cuts to Medicare and Medicaid. Today, that's what Republicans are guaranteeing. With a $1 trillion cut to our healthcare system, they would create in this bill. My Republican colleagues' so-called Medicaid cuts replacement fund is like giving aspirin to a cancer patient. It is not enough. It is pathetically inadequate to deal with the health care crisis Republicans are creating here today on the Senate floor. No billionaire tax break or Donald Trump pat on the back is worth the risk of people's lives. Vote yes on this motion. Stop these health care cuts.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Idaho.
Mr. President, more of the politics of fear. Rural hospitals and providers not only deliver essential health care services in their communities, but also strengthen local economies, employing hundreds of individuals and supporting regional business development. Unfortunately, for far too long, some rural hospitals have struggled to achieve financial stability, even with a wide range of targeted payment enhancements. These issues predate the consideration of the reforms that we are including in the legislation today. Let me be clear. This amendment is intended to derail this very bill. The Finance Committee has a long tradition of coming together on bipartisan issues, like bolstering our rural health care system, and I look forward to working with all my colleagues to advance permanent solutions to provide rural providers from telehealth to innovative reimbursement models. Today, we need to pass this essential legislation, and I oppose this amendment.
The motion is on the motion. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Mr. Brasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Okay. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly,
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting the affirmative: Also Brooks, Baldwin, Blumenthal, Blunt-Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murkowski, Ossoff, Padilla, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Warner, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, Wyden. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Lankford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Mullen, Paul, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, and Wicker. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mrs. Murray, aye. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rounds, no. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Ricketts, no. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. McCormick, no. Mr. Hoven, no. Mr. Warnock. Mr. Warnock. Aye. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell. No. Ms. Collins. Aye. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan. No. Mr. Risch. No. Mr. Curtis. No.
On this vote, the yeas are 49, the nays are 51. The motion is not agreed to.
Mr. President.
I recognize the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that it be in order for the following senators to be recognized to offer amendments, motions, or points of order, that the amendments be reported by number with no amendments in order prior to a vote in relation to the amendments or motions. Wyden. Motion to commit. Coons. Motion to commit.
Without objection. I recognize the senator from Minnesota.
Mr. President, I make a point of order that the pending measure contains an unfunded intergovernmental mandate, and thus it violates Section 425A2 of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974. In nutrition assistance alone, this bill shifts tens of billions of dollars onto the states, creating chaos for state budgets and hardship for families. CBO score for this bill says this: the non-tax provisions of the substitute amendment would impose intergovernmental and private sector mandates as defined in the Unfunded Mandates Reform Act, and that the SNAP cost shift provisions would impose the largest intergovernmental mandate. Seriously, the largest shift in this whole bill, the largest unfunded mandate, is on the backs of kids and veterans and seniors and people with disabilities. $64 billion over to the states. 44 of them have balanced budget amendments. You know they can't pay for this. It's hurting local grocery stores. It's hurting our farmers. And it's all done to pay for tax cuts to the wealthy. I say to our colleagues, vote for families over billionaires, vote for fiscal sanity over this big, beautiful betrayal, and vote yes, this is an unfunded mandate.
I recognize the senator from Arkansas.
I rise to waive the point of order raised by my colleague from Minnesota. I urge my colleagues to vote to waive the point of order. In 2023, the SNAP payment error exceeded 11%, amounting to more than $10 billion in misspent taxpayer dollars. This underscores the need for stronger state accountability in administering this program. This title incentivizes states to be a better steward of taxpayer dollars, to use resources that are prioritized for those most in need. If a state's payment error is below 6%, that state is exempt from any share of the cost of SNAP benefits. This is a reasonable approach that will help preserve the integrity and long-term sustainability of the program. There is ample time for the states to adjust, plan, and budget for this to take effect in 2028. States can also work to lower their payment error rate over the next couple of years so that they would be exempt from the match altogether. I move to waive the point of order for the consideration of the pending legislation and ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsor-Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Johnson. Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto,
Sullivan, aye.
Bud, thank you. Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moody, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mr. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Hoven, Husted, Johnson, Justice, Langford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Mullen, Paul, Ricketts, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, and Young. Senators voting in the negative: Alsobrooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt-Rochester, Cortez Masto, Durbin, Gallego, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murkowski, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schumer, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mrs. Height-Smith, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Coons, no. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Schiff, no. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Haggerty, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 51, the nays are 48. The motion is agreed to.
President.
I recognize the senator from Oregon.
Mr. President, I have a motion to commit at the desk.
The clerk will report.
Senator from Oregon, Mr. Wyden, moves to commit the bill H.R. 1 to the Committee on Finance with instructions to report back forthwith.
Mr. President, I ask that further reading of the motion be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Mr. President, this is a motion supported by all finance Democrats to send the bill back to the Finance Committee to strike all the Medicaid cuts and ensure that big corporations and the ultra-wealthy pay their fair share in taxes. It is now clear that there is bipartisan opposition in the Senate to the Medicaid cuts in this bill. That's because it's the biggest Medicaid cut in history and represents the largest transfer of wealth in history. It is caviar over kids, hedge funds over health care, Mar-a-Lago over the middle class. These Medicaid cuts are going to reach down into every corner of our nation's health care system. As we've heard from rural America, rural hospitals will close their doors. Seniors are going to lose care at home and be left with fewer nursing homes and fewer nurses. Kids with disabilities will lose health care. We saw them on the steps of the Capitol last night. Never have I seen legislation
Senator's time's expired.
focused on denying health care to eligible Americans.
Senator's time is
an
expired.
opportunity to take these awful Medicaid cuts off the table and find another way forward. I yield back.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Kansas.
Mr. President, good morning. It's great to be here. I just want to share with America the great work that Republicans have done on Medicaid, that we're preserving it, we're protecting it, we're strengthening it for those who need it the most. We're going to make sure that your seniors in nursing homes, that pregnant women, that children, that people on disabilities have Medicaid in the future. We are fiscally making Medicaid more sound. You know, it's only in Washington, D.C. that you increase spending at a rate faster than inflation, and you call it a cut. So we're increasing spending on this legislation. We're increasing funding for Medicaid. We are preserving and protecting it for those who need it the most. I urge everyone to vote no on this amendment. Thank you. Are you?
The questions on the motion. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also-Rooks, Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds. Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Alsobrooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Fetterman, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Markey, Murphy, Murray, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schiff, Schumer, Shaheen, Slotkin, Van Hollen, Warner, Warren, Welch, and Wyden. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Haggerty, Hoven, Husted, Justice, Kennedy, Langford, Marshall, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Mullen, Murkowski, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, and Young. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Lee, no. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, no. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mr. Marino, aye. Mr. Merkley, Mr. Marino, no. Mr. Merkley, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Wicker, no. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Schatz, aye. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Ms. Smith, aye. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, no. Ms. Lummis. Ms. Lummis, no. Mr. Warnock. Mr. Warnock, aye.
Two seconds. On this motion, the yeas are 47, the nays are 53. The motion is not agreed to. I recognize the senator from Delaware.
Mr. President, I have a motion to commit at the desk.
The clerk will report it.
The senator from Delaware, Mr. Coons, moves to commit the bill H.R. 1 to the Committee on Finance with instructions to report back forthwith.
Mr. President, I ask for the reading of the motion be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Colleagues, the ugly truth about this so-called big, beautiful bill is that it will kick 17 million Americans off their health care. This bill cuts almost $1 trillion from Medicaid and other health care programs by tying people up in red tape. Republicans will tell you they're trying to improve Medicaid, but the truth is they're not. It is cruel and dishonest to bury parents, kids, and seniors in paperwork and then blame them when they lose their health care, all to further rig our tax code for the very wealthiest. This week, I met with 30 nurses from Delaware. Their patients couldn't come to D.C., so they did. They care for seniors and newborns, families, and the disabled. And their ask to us, don't take health care away from tens of thousands of Delawareans and millions of Americans. Colleagues, support this Coons amendment to eliminate cruel and unnecessary red tape and allow Americans to keep the health care they need and deserve.
Mr. President,
I recognize the senator from Kansas.
as I look at this, the senator's motion is on work requirements. You know, back home we had a saying for people that had an aversion to work. We called it an allergy to work. But my question is, don't you think a job brings value, that it brings dignity? Do you not think that a job brings purpose and meaning to life? We have 7 million healthy American men across this country, working age, that aren't working right now. So yes, we want to encourage people to go back to work, but our bill, as you pointed out, actually preserves and protects it for those groups. Our bill makes it stronger, financially stronger, so that we can protect it and strengthen it for seniors in nursing homes, for people with disabilities, for pregnant women, and for children. Let's protect Medicaid for those who need it the most. I urge a no vote on this, and I'll never apologize for encouraging people to go to work.
The question occurs on the motion. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsor-Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Also Brooks, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt-Rochester, Cantwell, Coons, Cortez Masto, Durbin, Fetterman, Gallego, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Merkley, Murkowski, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Schiff, Schumer, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Cotton, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Ernst, Graham, Haggerty, Hawley, Husted, Johnson, Kennedy, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, Moody, Moran, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Scott of South Carolina, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, and Tuberville. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Barrasso, no. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mr. McCormick, Mr. Sheehy, no. Mrs. Blackburn, no. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, no. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Daines, no. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Mr. Padilla, aye. Mr. Schmidt, no. I'm just going to put this one in here. This is the previous one. And I can help get the second one ready, just kind of depends on where we are. Oh, that's why I can't put this in there, because it's their thing. Oh, whoops. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Langford, no. Mr. Marino, no. Mrs. Fisher, no. Ms. Collins, no. Mr. Cornyn, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Kramer, no. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Hoven, no. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Justice, Mr. Justice, no. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Wicker, no. Mr. Crapo, Mr. Grassley, no. Mrs. Capito, no. Mr. Mullen, no.
On this motion, the yeas are 48, the nays are 52. The motion is not agreed to.
Mr. President.
I recognize the Majority Whip.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that to be in order for the following senators to be recognized to offer amendments, motions, or points of order, that the amendments be reported by number, with no amendments in order prior to a vote in relation to the amendments on the motion or motions. Number 1, Lujan, motion to commit. Number 2, Reed, motion to commit.
Without objection.
Yield the floor.
I recognize the senator from New Mexico.
I have a motion to commit at the desk.
The clerk will report.
Senator from New Mexico, Mr. Lujan, moves to commit the bill H.R. 1 to the Committee on Finance with instructions to report back forthwith.
Mr. President, recently a Republican colleague said regarding this bill's SNAP cuts, quote, "If we don't watch out, people are going to get hurt." He's right. People are going to get hurt. For the past 50 years, the United States of America has maintained a bipartisan promise to feed our children, our veterans, our seniors, and our working families. This bill betrays that promise. It cuts more than $1 trillion from Medicaid, SNAP, cuts that will harm all of our constituents. With this motion, I'm offering my colleagues the opportunity to step away from these devastating cuts, to show our fellow Americans that in this country, we care for our friends, family, and neighbors who need support. I hope my colleagues on both sides of the aisle can agree that this is a promise worth keeping. I yield back.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Arkansas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to the motion raised by my colleague from New Mexico. The agriculture title of this bill takes a practical approach to improve SNAP by reducing waste, enhancing accountability, and encouraging recipients to move toward self-reliance through work and training. SNAP spending has nearly doubled since 2018, putting this vital program on an unsustainable path wrought with mismanagement and waste. This program has devolved into viewing success as enrolling more individuals to be dependent on government assistance. SNAP is long overdue for change. This motion would jeopardize the ability for the Senate to meet its reconciliation instructions and deliver the President's agenda to the American people. I urge my colleagues to vote no.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blood-Rochester, Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hovind, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch. Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Alsobrooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Coons, Durbin, Fetterman, Gallego, Hassan, Hirono, Kelly, Kim, Klobuchar, Lujan, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Schumer, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Britt, Capito, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Kennedy, Langford, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Marino, Mullen, Paul, Ricketts, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Sheehy, Tillis, and Wicker. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mr. Tuberville, no. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Budd, no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Ms. Duckworth. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Justice. Mr. Justice, no. Mr. Markey. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Risch. Mr. Risch, no. Ms. Murkowski. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Young. Mr. Young, no. Ms. Warren. Ms. Warren, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Thune. Mr. Thune, no. Ms. Lummis. Ms. Lummis, no. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 49, the nays are 51, and the motion is not agreed to.
Madam President.
The senator from Rhode Island.
Madam President, I have a motion to commit at the desk.
The clerk will report.
Senator from Rhode Island, Mr. Reed, moves to commit the bill H.R. 1 to the Committee on Finance.
I ask that further reading of the motion be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Madam President, Medicaid is a lifeline for seniors. More than 7 million seniors get care through Medicaid, and 2 in 3 nursing homes residents pay for that care with Medicaid. The bill we are voting today takes away key revenue sources for states and nursing homes. Brown University School of Public Health has estimated that 579 nursing homes nationwide would be at risk of closing because of this bill. And even if nursing homes do not close, then they will have to reduce their beds. This motion would simply prevent any cuts in Medicaid that could lead to nursing home closures, something I believe we all can agree upon. And I would urge my colleagues to support this motion.
Idaho.
Madam President, Republicans are restoring integrity to the Medicaid program by closing loopholes and preventing states from exploiting Medicaid federal match rates. States' provider taxes for nursing homes and immediate care facilities are not phased down under this bill. Additionally, the bill repeals the harmful Biden administration's nursing home staffing rule that would have forced the closure of nursing homes and long-term care facilities. I urge my colleagues to vote against this amendment.
Madam President, I ask the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt.
No.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton. Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders. Yes, sir. Yep. Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy. Thank you. Gotcha. Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: also Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Cantwell, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Fetterman, Hickenlooper, Kane, Kim, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Warner, and Whitehouse. Ms. Collins, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Blackburn, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Cotton, Haggerty, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Lee, Moran, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, and Wicker. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Thank you. Mr. Grassley, no. Ms. Smith, aye. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mr. Banks, no. Mr. Young, no. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Gallego, aye. Thank you. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Whenever. Ms. Blunt Rochester, aye. Ms. Hassan, aye. Dan Tinsley? Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Wyden, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Paul, no. But I said Ms. Slotkin, aye. Mr. Ricketts, no. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mr. Hoven, no. Mr. Cornyn, no. Mrs. Moody, no. Mr. Welch, aye. Mr. Marshall, no. Mr. Murphy, aye. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mrs. Murray, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Lujan, aye. Mr. Husted, no. Mr. Langford, no. Mr. Marino, no. Mr. Hawley, no. Mrs. Fisher, no. Mr. Schmidt, no. Mr. Tillis, no. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Curtis, no. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Kelly, aye. Ms. Warren, aye. Yes, you are. Mrs. Shaheen? Aye. Mr. Mullen, no. Mr. Rounds, no. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, no. Mr. McCormick, no. Mr. Tuberville, no. Mr. Barrasso, no. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Graham, no. Mr. Risch, no. Oh, absolutely. Ms. Lamas, no. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Kramer, no. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Wyden, aye. Ms. Ernst, no. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Crapo, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 48, the nays are 52, and the motion is not agreed to.
Madam President.
The majority whip.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that it be in order for the following senators to be recognized to offer amendments, motions, or points of order. The amendment be reported by number with no amendments in order prior to a vote in relation to the amendment or motions, and that is OSOF 2696.
Without objection.
Madam President.
The senator from Georgia.
Madam President, I call up my amendment 2696 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
The senator from Georgia offers an amendment number 2696 to amendment number 2360.
Madam President, instead of adding trillions to the debt and tax cuts for the rich while destroying Medicaid and renewable energy, I propose we help our constituents afford health insurance. If we allow Affordable Care Act benefits to expire, as this bill would, more than 1 million Georgians will pay more for health insurance next year. A family of 4 in Clayton County making $65,000 a year, that's a $2,600 increase. Dougherty County, $2,200. Chattahoochee County, $2,300. Augusta-Richmond County, $2,600. Liberty County, $2,600. Macon-Bibb County, $2,700. The AJC, our paper, reports 300,000 Georgians would lose insurance altogether. And that's on top of the cuts to Medicaid and hospitals. A vote against this amendment is a vote to gut the Affordable Care Act and raise health insurance premiums. I urge a yes vote.
The majority whip.
Madam President, this amendment would disproportionately hit our successful job creators throughout the country, harming workers, consumers, and local economies. Now, that result runs directly contrary to the central themes of this bill, preventing a more than $4 trillion tax hike on all Americans, making permanent the Trump tax cuts, which proportionally benefit the middle class the most. But despite the Democrats' rhetoric, they're conflating two separate issues. Ensuring health care affordability and access requires thoughtful, deliberative, and real solutions. Unfortunately, our colleagues on the other side of the aisle enacted costly and uncapped enhanced premium tax credits that use taxpayer dollars to mask underlying issues in the ACA market, such as declining value and fraudulent enrollment. So I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment and instead work to reform the underlying issues in the market that drive costs for patients and families. Madam President, the pending amendment, number 2696, would cause the underlying legislation to exceed the Finance Committee's Section 302A allocation of new budget authority and outlays. Therefore, I raise a point of order against this measure pursuant to Section 302F of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974.
The senator from Georgia.
How much time do I have remaining?
The senator has 5 seconds.
A vote against this amendment will repeal Affordable Care Act benefits for your constituents and raise their health care premiums. And pursuant to Section 904 of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974, I move to waive Section 302F of that act for the purposes of the pending amendment. I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Elsa Brooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Also Brooks, Baldwin, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Heinrich, Kane, Kelly, Kim, King, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schumer, Shaheen, Slotkin, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, Wyden. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Rono, aye. Mr. Murphy, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Lankford, Marshall, McConnell, Moody, Moran, Mullen, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Sullivan, Thune, Tuberville, and Wicker. Mr. Kennedy, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Sheehy, no. Ms. Alsobrooks, aye. Ms. Lummis, no. Mr. Gallego, aye. Mr. Cotton, no. Mr. Schiff, aye. Mr. Lee, no. Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith, aye. Mr. Tillis, no. Mr. Warnock, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Reed, aye. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Curtis, no. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. Young, no. Mr. McCormick, no. Mr. Haggerty, no. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Justice, no. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Coons. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mr. Moreno. Mr. Moreno, no. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Bozeman, no.
I recognize the senator from Delaware.
At the desk.
Sorry. On this motion, the yeas are 47, the nays are 53. The motion is not agreed to.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that it be in order for the following senators to be recognized to offer amendments, motions, or points of order, that the amendments be reported by number with no amendments in order prior to a vote in relation to the amendments or motions. Senator Blunt, Rochester, motion to commit.
Without objection, I now recognize the senator for Delaware.
Mr. President, I have a motion at the desk.
The clerk will report.
The senator from Delaware, Ms. Blunt Rochester, moved to commit the bill H.R. 1 to the Committee on Finance with instructions.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the reading be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Mr. President, in one of the richest countries in the world, we have maternal and infant mortality crises. In fact, we have the highest maternal mortality rate among wealthy nations. Today, Medicaid is the single largest payer of maternity care in the United States, covering 40% of births nationwide and nearly half of the births in our rural communities. Obstetric units, particularly in rural hospitals, are closing at alarming rates, actually creating maternity deserts in this country. And a reason why? Low Medicaid hospital rates. To be blunt, now is not the time to be slashing the Medicaid program. My amendment would stop cuts to Medicaid used for vital hospital services, especially labor and delivery rooms. Leader Thune said it himself earlier today that Medicaid should be for pregnant moms. So, my colleagues, we have a choice. Do we stand for billionaires or do we stand up for moms and babies? For Democrats, the choice is clear, and I urge my Republican colleagues to vote yes on the motion to support families over billionaires. I yield back.
The questions on the motion. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Blumenthal, Murray, Merkley. Mr. Banks. Yeah, I'll get him. Thanks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Rochester, Mr. Booker. Okay. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Thank you. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty. I'm coming. Okay, bye. Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven. Thank you. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith. Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt-Rochester, Coons, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, Hassan, Heinrich, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Kim, Lujan, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Schumer, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, and Whitehouse. Mr. Booker, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Budd, Cassidy, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Grassley, Haggerty, Hoven, Hyde-Smith, Justice, Lankford, Lummis, Moran, Marino, Mullen, Murkowski, Paul, Ricketts, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Sheehy, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker, and Young. Mr. Gallego, aye. Mrs. Moody, no. Mr. Schiff, aye. Mr. Husted, no. Ms. Warren, aye. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Welch, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Wyden, aye. Ms. Alsobrooks, aye. Mr. Banks, no. Mr. Schatz, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Rounds, no. Mr. McConnell, no. Ms. Capito, no. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Boy. Mr. King, aye. Mrs. Fisher, no. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Sullivan, no. Markey, aye. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. McCormick, no. Mr. Kennedy, no. Mr. Marshall, no. Mrs. Britt? No. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Risch, no. I'm okay, I'm all right. Thank you, though.
I'm good, thanks.
Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Graham, no.
On this motion, the yeas are 48, the nays are 52. The motion is not agreed to. I recognize the Majority Whip.
I ask unanimous consent that it be in order for the following...
Can we have order on the floor, please?
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent it be in order for the following senator to be recognized to offer amendments, motions, or points of order, that the amendments be reported by number, with no amendment to be in order prior to a vote in relation to the amendment or the motions. Warren, 2414.
Without objection.
Mr. President,
I recognize the senator from Massachusetts.
Mr. President, I call up my amendment 2414 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
Senator from Massachusetts, Ms. Warren, proposes an amendment number 2414 to amendment number 2360.
Senator from Massachusetts? Sorry.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau is the financial watchdog to keep people from getting cheated on credit cards and mortgages and Venmo and payday loans and a zillion other transactions. When this financial cop can't do its job, there is no one else in the federal government to pick up the slack. The CFPB has returned over $21 billion to more than 205 million Americans who were cheated by big banks and giant corporations. That is why this agency is popular across the country. But from the beginning, Republicans in Congress have been trying to kill it, and now they want to slash the CFPB's modest funding cap almost in half. Not to save working people money, but to make it easier for corporations to trick and trap millions of people. Scammers love this Republican move. I urge my colleagues to vote yes to support the CFPB, the little agency that fights for all Americans. And I reserve the remainder of my time.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. President. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. Section 30001 is purely budgetary and changes the CFPB's funding cap from 12% to 6.5%. It would provide the agency with ample funding to perform its statutory mandate. The funding available to the agency will grow each year as it is adjusted for inflation. There is nothing more budgetary than Congress deciding the funding level of an agency. I ask my colleagues to vote no on this amendment.
Mr. President.
Time's expired.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Oh, good. Yeas and nays. Yeas and nays.
Mr. President, look, all this is about
Mr. President.
No, yeas and nays.
I'm sorry, I asked for the yeas and nays.
Mr. President.
Yeah.
I asked.
Senator, point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. The pending amendment number 2414 would cause the underlying legislation to exceed the Banking Committee's Section 302A allocation of a new budget authority and outlays. Therefore, I raise a point of order against this measure pursuant to Section 302F of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974.
Mr. President, pursuant to Section 904 of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974, I move to waive Section 302F of that act for the purposes of the pending amendment. I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Baldwin.
Call a sufficient second right here. It's like 50%.
Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt,
warning bell.
Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mr. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Coons, Durbin, Fetterman, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kim, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Schott, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Slotkin, Smith, Warnock, Warren. Mr. Welch, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Kennedy, Langford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Mullen, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sullivan, Tillis, Wicker, and Young. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Wyden, aye. Mr. Rounds, no. Mr. Hoven, no. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. King, aye. Mrs. Britt, no. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Lujan, aye. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, aye. Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Also Brooks, aye. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Ms. Klobuchar. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Justice. Mr. Justice, no. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Tuberville, no. Mr. Sheehy, no. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Bozeman, No. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer, aye.
I recognize that they're still in the vote. On the vote, the yeas are 47, the nays are 53. 3/5 of the senators duly chosen and sworn not having voted in the affirmative. The motion is not agreed to. The point of order is sustained and the amendment fails.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that it be in order for the following senators recognized to offer amendments, motions, or points of order, that the amendments be reported by number with no amendments in order prior to a vote in relation to the amendments or motions. Cornyn number 2705 and Merkley number 2446.
Without objection.
They'll speak against it and then raise a point of order, and then you do.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Texas.
Mr. President, I call up my amendment number 2705, and I ask it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
Senator from Texas, Mr. Cornyn, proposes amendment number 2705 to amendment number 2360.
Not be used to fund health care for illegal immigrants. Border Patrol talks about push factors and pull factors. One of the pull factors for illegal immigration is the knowledge that people will be able to receive various benefits once they make it into the country. We need legal immigration, which has been one of the greatest gifts to our country we've ever had. Illegal immigration has been an unmitigated disaster. But here the problem is states are using their Medicaid funds to pay for health care for illegal aliens. We don't want to, for the safeguard for our citizens, our seniors and most vulnerable individuals to be dissipated on behalf of people who should not be here in the United States in the first place. It's only common sense to reduce federal funding to states and provide state-based Medicaid dollars for illegal immigrants. At least we should be able to agree on reducing federal fundings for state to provide Medicaid to criminal aliens convicted or charged with sex offenses, human trafficking, domestic or child abuse, murder or manslaughter, or child pornography.
Senator's time's expired. I recognize the senator from Oregon.
Mr. President, I raise a point of order that the pending amendment violates the Byrd Rule, Section 313B1D of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974.
Senator from Texas.
Mr. President, pursuant to Section 904 of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974, I move.
Mr. President, once again, Republicans have chosen the comforting embrace of partisan politics, but here's a few facts to cut through the noise. 0 federal dollars are spent on health coverage. Second, this policy dictates how states spend their own funds. What happened to states' rights? Third, this policy violates innocent until proven guilty, because it even talks about those charged with a crime. But most importantly, what this amendment says is that if one person, despite state law, through a bureaucratic mistake, is receiving funds, then the whole state pays the price and has their rate on expanded Medicaid changed from 90% to 80%. This is a backdoor for 41 states, which includes the majority of Republican states, to reduce the federal match from 90% to 80%, with huge, huge impact on the coverage of individuals across this country. Haven't we done enough damage already to the fundamental principle of health care without this collective punishment of American citizens by reducing the state funding from 90% to 80%? I renew my point of order.
Mr. President.
Senator from Texas.
Pursuant to Section 904 of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974, I move to waive and ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second?
Yes.
There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsop-Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Cassidy, Cornyn, Cotton, Ernst, Fisher, Grassley, Hoven, Hyde-Smith, Justice, Kennedy, Langford, Lummis, Moody, Marino, Ossoff, Paul, Ricketts, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Thune, and Young. Mr. Crapo, aye. Senators voting in the negative. Also Brooks, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Collins, Coons, Duckworth, Gallego, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kim, Merkley, Murray, Padilla, Reed, Rosen, Schatz, Schiff, Schumer, Shaheen, Smith, Welch, and Whitehouse. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Mullen, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Fetterman, no. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Husted, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. King, no. Mr. Murphy, no. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. McCormick. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mrs. Capito. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Graham. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tillis, aye. Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Curtis, aye. Ms. Murkowski. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Haggerty. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Warnock, aye. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. McConnell, aye. Ms. Slotkin, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 56, the nays are 44. 3/5 of the senators duly chosen and sworn not having voted in the affirmative. The motion is not agreed to. The point of order is sustained and the amendment falls. Thank you.
Mr. President.
Senator from Oregon.
Mr. President, I call up my amendment number 2446 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
The senator from Oregon, Mr. Merkley, proposed an amendment number for himself and others, number 2446 to amendment number 2360.
Mr. President, this amendment is about defending the integrity of our legislative process. Every now and then, a new strategy creates either the appearance of conflict of interest or a real conflict of interest. And that is the case with elected officials promoting or selling crypto coins in which they have a personal financial stake. The coins cost little to make, so the buyers know they're enriching.
Order on the floor, please.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, please continue.
Thank you. These digital coins cost little to make, so buyers know they're enriching the elected officials selling them. Some people believe, therefore, that perhaps they can influence government policy by buying these coins, enriching individuals who serve in government and therefore change policy. In fact, a buyer of $2 million of meme coins announced that he bought the coins to get favorable consideration of a change in freight policy. My friends, the sale of crypto coins by any of us for the financial benefit is corrupting our responsibility to govern by and for the people. Vote aye to defend the integrity of our We the People government.
Mr. President,
Senator from Wyoming.
I rise to express my opposition to the amendment proposed by my colleague from Oregon and others. I appreciate their concerns about ethics and transparency in government, but this amendment would inflict serious harm on American innovation and competitiveness. And for that matter, it applies to the adult children directly or indirectly of elected and non-elected officials. It goes too far. If we had passed something like this in the early days of the internet, we would have sent a clear message that America is closed for business when it comes to digital innovation, and that's what we risk doing now. That's the last thing we want to be doing. The irony is this amendment would actually harm our government's ability to understand and regulate digital assets effectively. If we're serious about ethics in financial products, let's focus on real solutions and all financial products, not just digital. I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment. I raise a point of order that the pending amendment violates the Byrd Rule. Section 313B1D of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974.
Mr. President, pursuant to Section 904 of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974, I move to waive Section 313 of that act for the purpose of the pending amendment. I nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Baines. Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blood Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tupperville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Alsobrooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt-Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Kim, Klobuchar, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Barrasso, Bozeman, Budd, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Kennedy, Langford, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Mullen, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker, and Young. Ms. Cortez Masto, Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Fetterman, no. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. King, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mrs. Britt, no. Mrs. Blackburn, no. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Justice, no. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Marino, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Sheehy, no. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mrs. Capito. Mrs. Capito, no.
do that. We good? On this vote, the yeas are 47 and the nays are 53. 3/5 of the senators duly chosen and sworn in not having voted in the affirmative, the motion is not agreed to. The point of order is sustained and the amendment fails.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that it be in order for the following senators to be recognized to offer amendments, motions, or points of order, that the amendments be reported by number with no amendments in order prior to a vote in relation to the amendments or motions. Murray, number 2771.
Without objection.
Mr. President.
The senator from Washington.
Mr. President, I call up my amendment number 2771, ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
The senator from Washington, Mrs. Murray, proposes an amendment number 2771 to amendment number 2360.
Mr. President.
Senator from Washington.
Mr. President, my amendment is about a really important issue that has not gotten near enough attention for how devastating it will be for women in our country. Republicans' bill will cut millions of women off from birth control, cancer screenings, essential preventive health care that they will not be able to afford anywhere else. And it will shutter some 200 health care clinics in our country. And it will take another step towards enacting Republicans' plan for a backdoor nationwide abortion ban. How does it do this? By defunding Planned Parenthood. This is a long-sought goal of anti-choice extremists. No surprise, it is overwhelmingly unpopular with the American people. But Republicans are bent on ripping away any access to abortion care and happy to cut off this life-saving care. No matter that, women may not have another place to get the care that they can afford or another place they can get any care at all. This amendment that I'm offering will strip this awful provision to defund Planned Parenthood from this bill and protect health care access for the millions of patients who rely on Planned Parenthood health centers.
The senator's
Thank you,
time.
Mr. President. I urge a yes vote.
Mr. President.
The senator from Mississippi.
I object to the senator's motion to strike the provision establishing a common sense protection of taxpayers' dollars by prohibiting abortion providers from receiving Medicaid funds for 1 year. There was a time when protecting American tax dollars from supporting the abortion industry was an uncontroversial, nonpartisan effort that we could all get behind. Even if we had opposing views on protecting the dignity of human life, this provision does not target any one entity. If a medical provider wishes to stay within the Medicaid program, it should simply cut elective abortion procedures from its services. Mr. President, the pending amendment number 2771 would cause the underlying legislation to exceed the Finance Committee's Section 302A allocations of the new budget authority and outlays. Therefore, I raise a point of order against this measure pursuant to Section 302F of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974.
Mr. President.
The senator from Washington.
Mr. President, pursuant to Section 904 of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974, I move to waive Section 302F of that act for the purposes of the pending amendment, and I ask for the ayes and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I got him. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, thank you. Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Thank you. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, got you, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, I did, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Burkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, thank you. Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Senator Black. Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Bennett, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Coons, Durbin, Gallego, Heinrich, Hirono, Kane, King, Murkowski, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Rosen, Sanders, Smith, Warren, Welch, and Wyden. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Budd, Capito, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Haggerty, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Justice, Kennedy, Lummis, Marshall, Moody, Moran, Marino, Mullen, Rounds, Scott of Florida, Thune, Tillis, and Tuberville. Ms. Collins. Aye. Mr. Kim. Aye. Ms. Alsobrooks. Aye. Mr. Johnson. No. Mr. Blumenthal. Aye. Mr. Schiff. Aye. Mrs. Britt, no. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Schmidt, no. Mr. Wicker, no. Mr. Grassley, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Paul, no. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mr. Banks, no. Ms. Hassan, aye. No. Could I have a? Yeah. Do you mind? Thank you. Ms. Slotkin, aye. Mr. Lujan, aye. Mr. Reed, aye. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Graham, no. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Langford, no. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mr. McCormick, no. Mr. Sheehy, no. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Young, no. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. McConnell, no. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Ricketts, no. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Hoven, no. Mr. Whitehouse, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 49, the nays are 51. 3/5 of the senators duly chosen and sworn not having voted in the affirmative, the motion is not agreed to. The point of order is sustained and the amendment fails.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that it be in order for the following senators to be recognized to offer amendments, motions, or points of order, that the amendments be reported by number with no amendments in order prior to a vote in relation to the amendments or motions. Blackburn, number 2401.
Is there an objection? Without objection.
Mr. President, I call up my amendment.
Senator from Tennessee.
I call up my amendment number 2401 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
The senator from Tennessee, Mrs. Blackburn, proposes an amendment number 2401 to amendment number 2360.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent for 2 minutes of debate, equally divided.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Millions of vulnerable Americans, including the disabled, elderly, and low-income children, depend on Medicaid for vital health care services. But waste, fraud, and abuse are pushing this program to the point of insolvency. According to one estimate, there were more than $1 trillion in improper payments over the last decade. To protect Medicaid for those who truly need it, this corruption must end, including by removing the 1.4 million illegal aliens who are currently exploiting the program. My amendment would close a loophole that allows illegal aliens to receive Medicaid coverage for up to 90 days by blocking federal taxpayer dollars from funding benefits for prospective beneficiaries until their citizenship or lawful presence is verified. I urge a yes vote on this amendment, and I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The yeas and nays are ordered. The senator from Oregon.
Mr. President, the Blackburn Amendment penalizes innocent people who are eligible for Medicaid coverage and are waiting to cut through a thicket of red tape and get health care. This can go on for months and months and defies basic fairness and common sense. The parliamentarian has already ruled that the federal government, if it does this, it would be coercive and not acceptable under the reconciliation rules. This is a distraction from Republican attempts to decimate the Medicaid benefit, and I therefore raise a point of order that the pending amendment violates the Byrd Rule, Section 313B1D of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974, and I ask for the yeas and nays.
Mr. President, pursuant to Section 904 of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974, I move to waive, and I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there sufficient second? There appears to be. The question is on the motion to waive.
Ms. Alsa Brooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Lee, Lummis, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Mullen, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Sheehy, Thune, Wicker, Young. Senators voting in the negative: Also Brooks, Baldwin, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Gallego, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Kane, Kim, King, Lujan, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, Wyden. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Lankford, aye. Mrs. Capito, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Marshall. Mr. Marshall, aye. Ms. Collins. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Markey. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Coons. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Fetterman. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, No. Ms. Ernst. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer, no. Ms. Cantwell. Ms. Cantwell, no. Ms. Murkowski. Ms. Murkowski, aye.
peaceful. On this vote, the yeas are 53 and the nays are 47. 3/5 of the senators duly chosen and sworn not having voted in the affirmative, the motion is not agreed to. The point of order is sustained and the amendment fails.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that it be in order for the following senators to be recognized to offer amendments, motions, or points of order, that the amendments be reported by number with no amendment in order prior to a vote in relation to amendments or motions. Kane, motion to commit, and Blumenthal, motion to commit.
Without objection.
I have a motion to commit at the desk.
Clerk will report.
Senator from Virginia, Mr. Kane, moves to commit the bill, H.R. 1, to the Committee on Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs with instructions.
I ask that further reading of the motion be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Mr. President, 30% of the federal workforce is veterans, compared with only 6% of the overall workforce. The Trump administration has fired more veterans than any administration in the history of the United States. Derek Copeland, as an example, was a 20-year Air Force veteran who trained bomb-sniffing dogs. He then took a job with the Department of Agriculture to train dogs to sniff out illegal agricultural products. He was fired 11 days before the end of his probationary year. His termination letter said, "You have not demonstrated that your further employment at the agency would be in the public interest." He said, "I gave blood, sweat, and tears to this country for 20 years to continue service to the federal government. I feel like I've been thrown out like a piece of trash." My motion hits pause on this bill and would stop mass firing of veterans because it's wrong, and I would ask my colleagues to support my motion.
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from Montana.
Well, I thank my colleague, the other Tim, for his concern for our veterans. I feel compelled to note that this motion alone would stop the big, beautiful bill in its tracks. I've been asking for months, where was the Democrat outrage similarly when we laid off tens of thousands of veterans and contractors during the COVID vaccine hesitancy pandemic? There were no due process and no consideration for their service was given. Democrats trying to nitpick and derail this bill by disguising the fact that they are advocating for the largest tax increase in the history of mankind, a $4 trillion tax increase. That's what they're really advocating for. This is also completely unnecessary. Federal law requires the Office of Personnel Management to consider military preference in hiring within our federal workforce. We have to stop using veterans as political pawns. The best thing we can do for veterans is have a strong, capable federal government that is fiscally sound. I urge a no vote on this amendment.
Do I have remaining time?
6 seconds.
We can stop this, and we should. President Trump's only been in office 6 months, and he's already fired more veterans than any president in American history. Please vote yes.
The question is on the motion. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Brett, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: also Brooks, Baldwin, Booker, Cortez Masto, Durbin, Gillibrand, Hassan, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Lujan, Merkley, Ossoff, Padilla, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schumer, Slotkin, Smith, Warnock, Warren, Whitehouse, Wyden. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Budd, Cassidy, Collins, Cotton, Kramer, Curtis, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Langford, Lummis, McConnell, McCormick, Scott of Florida, Sheehy, Thune, Tuberville, Young. Mr. Marshall? No. Mr. Cornyn? No. Mr. Gallego? Aye. Mr. Warner? Aye. Mr. Banks? No. Mr. Peters? Aye. Mr. Blumenthal? Aye. Mr. Kim? Aye. Mr. Tillis? No. Mr. Hickenlooper? Aye. Mr. Heinrich? Aye. Ms. Duckworth? Aye. Mr. Risch? No. Mr. King? Aye. Mrs. Murray? Aye. Mrs. Capito, Mrs. Capito, no. Mr. Fetterman, Mr. Fetterman, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Murphy, aye. Ms. Ernst, no. Mr. Graham, no. Mrs. Moody, no. Mr. Rounds, no. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Welch, aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Schatz, aye. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mrs. Britt, no. Mr. Schiff, aye. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mrs. Fisher, no. Ms. Blunt Rochester, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mr. Moreno, no. Mr. Paul, no. Mr. Daines, no. Mr. Justice, no. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Schmidt, no. Mr. Wicker, no. Mr. Crapo, no. Mr. Ricketts, no. Mr. Johnson, Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Mullen, no. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Kennedy, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 47. The yeas are 47, the nays are 53. The motion is not agreed to. Chair recognizes the senator from Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a motion to commit. I have a motion to
Clerk
commit
will
at
report.
the desk.
The senator from Connecticut, Mr. Blumenthal, moves to commit the bill H.R. 1 to the committee.
Reading of the motion be dispensed with. Thank you, Mr. President. I make this motion to commit the reconciliation bill to the Armed Services Committee on behalf of myself and Senator Schumer, because President Trump earlier this year solicited and accepted a $200 million gift from the government of Qatar, a Boeing 747 jet, to be retrofitted supposedly for use as Air Force One. Make no mistake, this transfer is illegal. It's a blatant violation of the Constitution's emolument clause, which prohibits exactly this kind of foreign gift, risking undue foreign influence. It's also abhorrently wasteful, costing taxpayers at least $1.5 billion to strip it down and install all the necessary security systems. And it won't even be ready before the end of Trump's term. And now we learn from the Air Force Secretary just last week that the money will be transferred from modernization of our nuclear arsenal, the Sentinel Intercontinental Ballistic Missile Program. It is a sacrifice of our national security. Illegal, exorbitantly costly, dangerous to our national defense. We should stand up to this corrupt self-dealing. This motion, which I've worked on with Senators Schumer and Schatz, would send the bill back to the Armed Services Committee with instruction to add a prohibition on using funds for this unconstitutional, wasteful self-enrichment. I yield the floor.
Senator from Mississippi.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the 8th motion to recommit that our friends across the aisle have offered. Each one of these would actually have the effect of ending this process and prohibiting this bill from being passed, and that's the reason they keep offering them. I just want to point out there is nothing in this reconciliation bill about presidential aircraft, the current one or any future ones. Our colleagues are working on the specific, have worked on the specifics, and I know my friend from Connecticut knows this because he's a senior member of the committee. We have specifically outlined every purpose for which the $150 billion is to be used by the administration. And not only that, I have received an assurance from every witness we have who has come before the committee to become a member of this administration that they will follow our directions without exception. So given the fact that there's no funding in this bill for any presidential aircraft, and that the Department of Defense portion of this reconciliation is accompanied by specific language as to where it should be spent, I ask for another no vote on these dilatory motions to commit.
Mr. President, in the 30 seconds I have left, let me just respond.
Time. Senator has no time.
Thank you, Mr. President.
The question is on the motion. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blund Rochester, Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar. Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Alsobrooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Coons, Duckworth, Hassan, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kim, Lujan, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Reed, Schiff, Van Hollen, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Bozeman, Britt, Capito, Cassidy, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Hoven, Husted, Johnson, Langford, Marshall, McCormick, Moody, Marino, Paul, Risch, Schmidt, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker, and Young. Mr. Gallego, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, no. Mr. Moran, no. No. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, no. Mr. Mullen, no. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Barrasso, no. Ms. Smith, aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Mr. Sanders, aye. Ms. Slotkin, aye. Ms. Collins, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Padilla, aye. Mr. Graham, no. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, no. Ms. Cantwell. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rounds, no. Ms. Rosen. Ms. Rosen, aye. Ms. Lummis. Ms. Lummis, no. Mr. Budd. Mr. Budd, no.
Everyone.
Mr. King. Mr. King, aye. Ms. Klobuchar. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mrs. Shaheen. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer, aye. Ms. Murkowski. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. Warnock. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mr. Justice. Mr. Justice, no. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Ricketts, no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 47, the nays are 53. The motion is not agreed to.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that it be in order for the following senators to be recognized to offer amendments, motions, or points of order. The amendments be reported by number with no amendments in order prior to a vote in relation to the amendments or motions. Gagel, motion to commit. Hassan, motion to commit.
Without objection.
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from Arizona.
Mr. President, I have a motion to commit at desk.
Clerk will report.
Senator from Arizona, Mr. Gallego, moves to commit the bill.
Mr. President, I ask for the further reading of the motion be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today to offer a motion to strike provisions that cut Medicaid funding for substance abuse disorder treatment. Families across the country are facing the heartbreaking reality of loved ones battling substance use disorders. For many, Medicaid is the only way to afford the treatment they need. Republican efforts to cut Medicaid funding for substance abuse treatment is cruel. It hurts those who have shown the bravery to seek help and undermines our nation's efforts to combat public health crises such as the fentanyl epidemic. At the same time, this Republican bill will give the wealthiest Americans and large corporations tax cuts and loopholes that will only benefit the elite. We can continue to fund substance use disorder treatment by finally making corporations and the ultra-wealthy pay their fair share in taxes. I urge my colleagues to support this motion to protect those seeking treatment and finally make corporations and the ultra-wealthy pay their fair share.
Mr. President.
To recognize the senator from Idaho.
Mr. President, Republicans are strengthening Medicaid and setting it on a more fiscally sustainable path by targeting waste, fraud, and abuse. This bill does not take Medicaid away from children or the elderly, the disabled, or the medically frail, adults caring for children and elderly relatives, or any recipient the program was originally designed to help. It increases eligibility to home and community-based services, which will increase access to mental health or substance abuse disorder treatments. If this motion were adopted, it would delay a vote on this bill and stand in the way of Republicans' efforts to prevent a $4 trillion tax hike on working families and deliver additional tax relief to the middle class. I urge my colleagues to vote no.
Questions on the motion?
Ask for yeas and nays.
I think I said that.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt-Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Brett. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McCormick. Mr. Merkley. Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: also Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Cantwell, Duckworth, Durbin, Gallego, Hassan, Hirono, Kane, King, Klobuchar, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Shaheen, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Wyden. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mr. Kim, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Daines, Graham, Grassley, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Langford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Mullen, Murkowski, Paul, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker. Ms. Slotkin, aye. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Ms. Warren, aye. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Welch, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Hawley, no. Mrs. Brett, no. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Graham, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mrs. Fisher, no. Mr. Lujan, aye. Mr. Curtis, no. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Ricketts, no. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Hoven, no. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Kennedy, no. Mr. Reed, aye. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Schiff, aye. Mr. Young, Mr. Young, no. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Justice, no. Mr. McCormick, no. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Schatz, aye. Miss Ernst,
I guess I was on the
no. Mr. Haggerty, no. Mr. Coons. Mr. Coons. Aye.
The yeas are 47, the nays are 53. The motion is not agreed to.
Mr. President.
Senator from New Hampshire.
Mr. President, I have a motion to commit at the desk.
Clerk will report.
The senator from New Hampshire, Ms. Hassan, moves to commit the bill, H.R. 1, to the Committee on Finance with instructions.
I ask the further reading of the motion be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Mr. President, across the country, Americans of every political stripe are urging us to come together to help bring down painfully high costs. Instead, the President is making life even less affordable, both with this partisan budget bill and with his decision to launch a trade war with our ally, Canada. The President's tariffs, combined with this bill, will raise costs for firefighters, truck drivers, and teachers by $500, all so that the wealthiest 0.1%, making over $4 million, get a $350,000 windfall. At a time when the American people need their costs to come down, I can think of few ideas as willfully self-destructive as launching a trade war with one of our closest allies and, in effect, imposing a national sales tax on families and small businesses. I urge my colleagues to listen to the great majority of Americans who need their costs to come down and to support my motion.
Mr. President.
Senator for Idaho.
Crapo. Oh, Idaho. Sorry.
That was an Oklahoma accent for you, sir.
Yeah, I got to get used to that. Mr. President, no decision has been made about tariffs in this bill. More importantly, none of the President's tariffs rely on any authorities made from a prior reconciliation bill or are contingent on this bill. We can and should have a debate about the precise approaches, including how to best incorporate tariff policy. But this is not the appropriate vehicle to have a serious debate on trade. If adopted, this motion would commit the whole bill to a delay and stand in the way of our efforts to prevent a $4 trillion tax hike on working families and deliver additional tax relief to the middle class. I urge my colleagues to vote no.
For the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett.
Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla,
Any predictions for me? My prediction. Other than Kane?
Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch. Thank you. Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Alsobrooks, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt-Rochester, Booker, Coons, Duckworth, Fetterman, Gillibrand, Hassan, King, Lujan, Markey, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Shaheen, Smith, Warren, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Mr. Schiff, aye. Mr. Kim, aye. Ms. Slotkin, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Height-Smith, Lee, Lummis, McCormick, Moody, Marino, Mullen, Paul, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Sheehy, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, and Wicker. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mr. Welch, aye. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Durbin, aye. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Banks, no. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Husted, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Risch, no. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Hoven, no. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Ricketts, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Kennedy, no. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Gallego, aye. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Langford, no. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Justice, no. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Moran, no. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Marshall, no. Mr. McConnell, no. Mrs. Fisher, no.